Welcome to the Wednesday Night Showdown, presented by your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. Tonight, the Rays' short homestand continues. Game 2 of the series as the Rays play host to the Boston Red Sox. The Rays have dropped 12 of their last 16. They're 8.5 back of Boston with just 19 games left to play. And over in the wild card race, they continue to hold on to the second spot, 2 games back of Texas and a game and a half ahead of Baltimore. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson. I'm Dwayne Stats. Great to have you looking in. We'll hear from Todd Callis in just a few moments. The Rays received an excellent performance last night on the mound from David Price. And the right-hander on the mound tonight, Alex Cobb, BA, has pitched well at home. He's pitched well against the American League East, and he'll try to transfer that into a well-pitched game and a win tonight against Boston.
I'll tell you one other thing, Dwayne, that he's got going for him is he's pitched well after a loss. After 10 losses this year, he's went 5-1 with a 2.86, but like you said, he's also been very good here at home in big spots. 10 starts at home, a perfect 5-0 record, a 2.93 earned run average, which incidentally is his ERA in his 5 starts he's made since coming off the disabled list. And so you expect to see a very polished Alex Cobb tonight with his full complement of pitches and look like David Price did last night. Look for him to establish that fastball to both sides to try to make this Boston lineup uncomfortable and then let that curveball and the split finger go to work.
The one thing you know about Cobb, you're going to get a great effort. Outstanding competitor, and since coming back from the disabled list in 5 starts, in 3 decisions, he's won 2 of those, 2-1 with a 2.93 earned run average. He will need some support. The Rays continue to search for offense, and when we return, Todd Callis will look into that.
from Tropicana Field on this Wednesday evening, Game 2 of this 3-game series. Not too long ago, 2.5 weeks to be exact, the Rays and the Red Sox were tied for first place. But these are two teams that have gone in opposite directions, especially with where their offenses have been the last 15 games. Boston is putting up over 7 runs per game in the last 15. The Rays just over 2.5. Look at the average of runners in scoring position. Boston hitting over 300 during that stretch. The Rays only 179, and the home runs, Boston with more than 3 times as many in the last 15 games. After last night's game, Joe Madden talked about needing to get something to turn this thing around.
It's got to be like this organic moment within the group that all of a sudden just pops, and then you're going to see it just take off again. But it can't be contrived or fabricated. Something's got to happen within this group, whether it's a hitter, whether it's a pitcher, I don't know. But something has to occur that's going to get us on the right track again and become more consistent. We're at that time of the season, 19 games left, something like that. Mm-hmm. And to try to something new or fabrication that's not there. Tried and true's got to work. These guys are guys going to take us to the promised land. Something's got to pop among this group that really puts us that one wow moment that gets you going again.
Maybe that one moment is an Ask the Announcer website Wednesday. BA's busy working the phones. Dwayne is always expanding his horizons. You can tweet your questions to Dwayne or BA tonight at Sun Sports Rays with the hashtag AskRays. It's a website Wednesday. Back with baseball. The Red Sox and Rays right around the corner.
Up on the Rays. 4 teams are now within 2.5 games of Tampa Bay for the final wild card spot. Tonight, the Rays send right-hander Alex Cobb to the hill, trying to cool off the red-hot Red Sox. Alex Cobb heads to the mound. The Rays taking on the Red Sox again tonight. Game 2 of this 3-game series. As we all remember, the 9/11 attack and the 12th anniversary of that dreadful day. The Rays and Joe Madden have 19 games left. Boston just 16. The Red Sox have been in first place 139 days. And here is the lineup put together by their manager, John Farrell. Dustin Pedroia leads off at second. Shane Victorino, and then David Ortiz. Ortiz, the DH. Mike Napoli hits cleanup. Daniel Nava up in the 5th spot. The shortstop, Stephen Drew, hits 6th in front of Will Middlebrooks. David Ross will catch. Jackie Bradley Jr. back up from the minor leagues in center field. He'll be hitting 9th.
Taking the mound tonight for the Rays, Alex Cobb. This season numbers brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida. 8-3 ERA, 2.99. This will be Alex's 4th start against the Boston Red Sox this year, looking for his first win against them. Actually, the team looking for their first win. The Rays have lost all 3 games that Alex has started. And they've had trouble with this Boston ball club all season long, despite, for the most part, pitching them very, very well. Let's take a quick look at the defense as it lines up behind. In the outfield, left to right, the Jesus, Jennings, and Myers across the infield, third to first. Longoria, Escobar, Zobrist, and Loney. Jose Lobaton will be behind the plate.
There's John Farrell, the skipper. It's been an amazing turnaround for the Boston Red Sox, coming in, matching their season's high, 30 games over 500 at 88 and 58. And Joe Madden looking for that moment to turn his club around. The Rays struggling, and right now it's 78 and 65, but still a player in the wild card race. They hold down the second wild card spot. And we are set to play ball. Dustin Pedroia in the box, and the first pitch of this game from Alex Cobb is a called strike. First pitch presented by Pinch a Penny. Pedroia had a hit his last time up last night, going 1 for 4. First time in the leadoff spot this year. Fouls this one out of play, and with Jacoby Ellsbury out with the injury to his right foot, a little shift in the lineup puts Pedroia at the top.
Well, John Farrell said that he wanted somebody in that top spot that would see a lot of pitches, work at bats, and really nobody better in this Boston lineup than Dustin Pedroia.
0-2, ground ball third. That's a fair ball. Nice pickup, and the throw, Longoria across to Loney, and Loney with a little tumble after the scoop hangs on, and Pedroia is out number 1.
But he was in the line of fire. James Loney had to wait on that ball. Evan kind of floated this across the infield. Loney had to wait on it and was over by the first base line. That's going to try to catch it and get out of the way of Dustin Pedroia. Well done. Get the out and eject.
So a nice play there by Longoria on the pickup to get rid of the ball, and a nice play on the receiving end by Loney. Shane Victorino. Switch hitter, but he's hitting right these days most of the time. 1 strike to count. Victorino at 292 on the year, and the Rays play him up the middle. They have Zobrist behind the bag at second. 1-1 the count.
And that cannot be easy. I mean, there's a reason that you switch hit. You like to see that pitcher's arm away from you. So then to all of a sudden go and make the decision to go, most of the time from one side or the other. This is going to be some tough at-bats for Victorino. Especially, you can bet that Alex Cobb's going to feature a lot of breaking balls to him off speed.
Had a foul ball back a third, so the count squares at 2-2.
You think about the breaking balls that you see, you just don't see, right on right breaking balls. I mean, you're a left-handed hitter, you see that ball, the arm's out away from you, the break is different, and all of a sudden you face the guy that feels like he's right on top of you now, throwing a breaking ball, breaking down and away. That can be extremely difficult.
And a cut and a miss. He's out on strikes on the off speed. 2 up and 2 down to start this game.
I'll tell you what, after that at bat there, no matter what Victorino feels about hitting from the left side, struggling or not, you might want to head back over there. The curveballs chasing that split finger right there. That was too easy for Alex.
David Ortiz. Fly ball into left. Right there for DeJesus, and he makes the catch to retire the side. 1, 2, 3. Go the Red Sox, and we go to the home half of the first, scoreless. Two, 3 top half for Alex Cobb. Joe Madden has David DeJesus leading off, and Will Myers hitting second with Ben Zobrist now third, and Evan Longoria in the cleanup spot. The DH is Matt Joyce, Desmond Jennings in center, James Loney, Jose Lobaton, and Yunel Escobar, the 7, 8, and 9 hitters.
Well, Ryan Dempster will be making the start tonight for the Boston Red Sox. It'll be his 28th. His season numbers brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida. Just an 8-9 record in those 27 starts. However, he has won his last 2, and in 12 out of his last 17 starts, he's thrown the ball very well, giving up just 3 earned runs or fewer.
And here's David DeJesus to face the 36-year-old right-hander. Dempster out of British Columbia. DeJesus hitting .261 since coming to the Rays, and he takes the first pitch for a strike.
Jesus, another one of those guys in the leadoff spot, not a blazer, but he will work some good at bats. A lot of experience in this league. Good on base percentage.
One ball, 1 strike.
And that's what the Rays want to continue to do, is get base runners. We've well documented that they've had a hard time driving them in. But you just continue to get base runners, continue to give yourself chances, and hope that the worm turns.
Now 2-1.
Although my dad used to have a phrase, Dwayne, it used to go something like hope in one hand and, you know,
yep.
and see what, right. You know how it goes. So
And then the rest of that is just do it.
that's what I tell the kids.
Yep.
This isn't a tri league.
That's right.
This is a do league.
2-1 now to Jesus. Well, that's certainly the case of the big leagues, and especially the American League East.
And no one's going to feel sorry for you.
No.
I mean, no one is going to feel sorry for you. Oh, the woes, they're trying so hard. I mean, the bottom line is at some point the job has to get done, and you hope for the Rays that starts right now, because it's getting, well, congested in that wild card race.
Foul ball. Yeah, we had some interesting action in that wild card race already today. Kansas City knocked off Cleveland. That was a James Shields and Scott Kazmir pitching matchup. The former Rays involved right in the middle of the wild card chase. Cleveland now 2 back, and Kansas City making a case. DeJesus out on strikes. That starts the Rays half of inning 1.
Well, so very important for Ryan Dempster to pitch ahead in the count. He doesn't have the fastball that he once did, but certainly a veteran that knows how to pitch, knows how to move the ball around the zone.
There's Will Myers starting the night at 290. Pitch inside. You know, we've watched this Rays club over this stretch in which they have not picked up many wins. They just haven't picked up much offense. They get men on base. They can't drive them in. And you just have to think that any night this offense will break out. After watching this offense all summer, with the exception of the first couple of weeks of the season in April, this was a very good offense.
And that's why I believe it's 100% mental at this point with this lineup collectively. Because you're right, they were too consistent for 4.5 months. All of a sudden forget how to hit. These guys haven't forgotten how to hit.
You're just not going to do that. No. You're not going to be good for 4 months and then see you later.
Unless you let your brain get involved. Mm-hmm. And then you're up there trying to be the guy that's going to be the hero, and you start coming out of,
what you do.
There you go.
Myers out in front.
I mean, you allow these pitchers to get ahead in the count, and then they expand their zone, and you follow right with them. And I think that's what happens. I mean, you see a lot of guys going up there and getting out of their game plan. You see awkward swings. One of the things that Joe Madden harped on all season long, what made this offense so good was their ability to move the baseball and their ability to define their strike zone. The strike zone right now is a free-for-all. These guys are swinging at stuff all over the place.
Well, here's a guy who does a pretty good job of defining the strike zone, Ben Zobrist. Joe Madden has had him in the number 2 spot a lot. Joe putting this lineup together with Zobrist third and Longoria fourth. So I like this one because the team tends to hit better with Longoria hitting cleanup. And I'll say this, they have a better record with Zobrist third and Longoria fourth than the other combinations.
And my first question would be, if this lineup hits better with Longoria in the cleanup spot, what's taken so long to get him there?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That would be number 1 out of the gate.
Because they are 39-27 with Zobrist hitting third. They are 23-26 with Longoria hitting third. But you put Zobrist 3 and Longoria 4. Longoria fourth, they're 48-38. So there might be something to all that. 3-1. We'll see how it works out tonight. If it works tonight, hey, we'll be believers.
We'll ride any bit of positive information and positive outcome we can get.
Fly ball lifted toward left center field. Bradley on the run. He's going to be there as he hits the track. Covered a lot of ground to make that catch, and Zobrist is out number 3. On to the second. No score. Have you with us? Tonight's game available also in Spanish via SAP. Brought to you by Coventry Healthcare of Florida.
Go Red Sox.
Well, Mike Napoli will lead it off here, hitting cleanup, the first baseman. Last night he got a key hit on this drive to center, and Jennings ordinarily would make that catch.
Well, that's what you see. That ball hit 3 or 4 inches above the glove, but it was Desmond jumping into the wall, and that kept him from being able to fully extend. He's able to fully extend. He catches that easily.
And we've seen a couple of similar mishaps from Jennings since he's been off the disabled list like that. Hard to explain in such a quality center fielder. Even he's had a little difficulty trying to figure that one out. Strike to Napoli. Joe Madden had a little conversation with him. I think it's a great conversation to reassure him of the value that he has to this club.
Well, the one thing that he can do, and you're absolutely right about that, that the ground that he covers and just knowing that he's behind you as a pitcher is a big plus. You know, knowing that when you go out there to that mound, of course these guys have confidence in their own ability to get hitters out, but then you got to love the security blanket that's behind you in the Rays defense. And this guy a big part of it. So you know what, Desmond, go be an athlete. That's what you are. That's what you've been. Go be an athlete. I think that's what was Joe's message to him.
Well, the thing you're concerned about, same thing you talked about, hitting. This team's a pretty good hitting ball club. But if they start to think about it too deeply, it becomes something else. Well, you have a couple of mishaps in the outfield like that, 2 or 3 in close proximity to each other. You start to think about that. Well, you don't want to do that. Just go out and play the way you can play center.
Yeah.
Because you're a great center fielder.
Yeah. I mean, anything in sport, when the games move so fast, if you're out there thinking too much, your athleticism is not going to shine through.
No.
You're not going to be where you're supposed to be. You're not going to get the jump you're supposed to get. It just doesn't translate. You've got to do your homework, think about things. Then once you go out there, it's instinctual. Go play.
Yeah, if you stop trusting yourself instinctively, that's what gets you into trouble. And a leadoff walk, perhaps, as well, to Mike Napoli. You want to stay away from that if you can.
And that's something that Alex Cobb has done for the most part. The on-base percentage against Alex when leading off an inning is just .254. That is outstanding. And what that means is the majority of the time you're getting that leadoff hitter out. That's going to lead to quick innings, productive innings. Yeah, you want to stay. You know, this Boston lineup's too strong. The extra base runners, that could come back to bite you.
Mm-hmm. And you've got Daniel Nava coming up now, and he's quietly been hiding out down there in the lineup and putting together some solid numbers. Nava now 5th in the league at on-base percentage. He's hitting .298 for the year. And the pitch is a strike. And hitting .314 against right-handed pitching, which I think is 8th in the American League in that department. Napoli at first. Strike around the knees.
There have been so many different guys. You know, this Boston Red Sox ball club was a disaster last year. And already 19 games, 19 more wins this year than they had all of last year, was still plenty to play.
And if you throw out the strike seasons, the best turnaround they've had one year to the next since their miracle team of 1967. Foul up the left field side, and that was such a great year for Boston because they had struggled for years, and suddenly under the direction of Dick Williams won the American League pennant in 1967.
Well, this team looking to try and do the same thing. And, you know, look, the guy that led off with the walk, a big reason why. You bring him over to play first base. He's been productive. Nava has been super productive. Guys stepping up.
Soft looping liner into left for a base hit. DeJesus down to make the pickup. Napoli stops at second. Nava just serving that ball into left on an 0-2 pitch.
Yeah, those hits really can start to build momentum in your dugout if you're on the offensive side. You see right there a good pitch by Alex, and Daniel Nava, his ability to just wait back long enough, catch that ball off the end of the bat, and give himself a chance. And that's an extremely frustrating series of events there for a pitcher. A leadoff walk, and then you get that little bloop hit off a good pitch.
Yeah, especially you walk the first guy, then you get ahead 2 strikes.
Yeah.
The very next hitter make a good pitch and give up the hit. Here's Stephen Drew, the shortstop. Curveball in for a strike.
Well, the one thing that Alex has going for him in this situation is his ability to get the ground ball. And he's got one of the best ground ball percentages in the game of baseball. So even though first and second, nobody out, you're one good pitch from maybe getting 2 for the price of 1.
Foul at the plate, 0-2. It's a little over 70% his ground ball rate.
That is outstanding.
It's ahead of Drew, 2 strikes. Will Middlebrooks is on deck. And a cut and a miss. He got him on strikes on a change. Well, that had such depth on it. Drew had no chance to hit that. He'd have to dig it out of the dirt to hit it.
Yeah, you maybe with the shovel. Here you go with the shovel. Maybe. Well, that's the other thing that Alex can do once he gets ahead of you. Try to get you to chase that pitch and pick up the strikeout. Now you take that ground ball double play, conserve some pitches, and get back to the dugout.
Will Middlebrooks, Gold Player of the Week, along with his teammate Mike Napoli. Check swing, a little ground ball. Cobb goes to third. Safe the call. And the bases are going to be loaded. Cobb turned and decided to go to third. And by the time Longoria made the catch and felt for the bag, Angel Hernandez says that Napoli beat the play in.
And Joe Madden understandably wants an explanation. That was very close no matter how you cut it, because Alex turned and fired that ball so quick, and Evans trying to make his way to the bag. Well, there were a lot of calls behind the plate from both sides that the teams had a problem with Angel Hernandez, and now right out of the gate here tonight.
So the bases will be loaded. Madden will have his say, but it's going to be what it is. A fielder's choice. And here's another look at the play at third base.
A check swing by Middlebrooks, and you see Evan, it looked like that left foot right there of Napoli was able to get in. This is close.
Slow that one down. Did he get there? Wow.
He may have. I mean, by a toe. That's as close as you're going to get.
So the bases are loaded. And here's David Ross, the catcher.
And I'll tell you something else, Dwayne. Evan Longoria did not make a beeline for third base. I don't think he expected Alex to go that way.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He kind of was floating that way and got surprised over there at third base.
So now Cobb in a big spot trying to pitch himself out of this one. Walk, base hit, strikeout, fielder's choice. Safe call at third. Ground ball to third. Longoria's overs 1. Lodi 2. 5-4-3. And the Rays get the double play to get out of the inning. Well, there's that double play. And how valuable is this? Right around the horn. Red Sox do not score. Rays coming in to hit in the second. For the Rays, Rays got out of a spot in the top half of the inning. Close call down there at third to load the bases. Here's the issue with that. If you wait just a beat to get there, even if you get him, it gives the umpire a different look and a reason to question whether the guy's going to be out or not.
Absolutely, yeah. You bust it there and you're waiting on the throw. He's out. He's out by a wide margin. But, yeah, you're a little bit slow getting there. And all of a sudden it's a race between you and the runner, and you put it into the umpire's hand. That's like taking that pitch with 2 strikes that's borderline.
Yeah, you always want to look not guilty.
Right. That's right.
Here's Evan to lead it off, and he shoots it into left field. Nava on the road and going to get past him. Backed up by Bradley. Longoria is on his way to second with the 2-base hit. Evans' 33rd double of the year. Suddenly the Rays have a scoring opportunity.
Well, he doesn't waste any time. He gets a pitch that's got some elevation where he can get extended. Daniel Nava makes a nice play on this, but just can't quite come up with it. And the Rays off and running here in the second inning. That close. May have overreached.
Matt Joyce. And a strike. Matt starts the night at 244. 256 against right-handers. 15 of his 17 home runs off right-handers. It's 1-1. Rays facing Ryan Dempster. Dempster's made 10 starts against the Rays in his career coming into this one, but only 3 since 2004. Two and one. Rays shut out last night on 4 hits. First scoring opportunity for the Rays comes here in the second. And Joyce didn't like that call.
That was a slider again. This looks like a pretty good pitch. It's definitely out over the plate, right at the bottom of the strike zone. one thing you don't want to do is get the Rays hitters as a collective group to be complaining and arguing about the strike zone.
Yeah, he didn't like either one of those low pitches.
No.
Foxtrack had him as strikes.
Yeah, well, it ends up dividing your mind on what your job is to do.
And he's out in front and strikes out.
Yeah, you're starting to worry about a call that you feel like got against you, like right there. Matt Joyce is upset not about the strikeout. He's upset about the pitch that got to 2 strikes. And what ends up happening is not completely locked in on what you need to do right there, and you end up taking a strikeout.
Three early strikeouts for Dempster. Now Desmond Jennings. Pitch inside. Jennings 1 out of 5 with 1 home run off Dempster. Upstairs. 2-2. Jennings homered against Dempster on the 19th of June up at Fenway. Dempster finds himself behind Desmond Jennings, 3-0. Desmond actually hit a ball right down the line at Fenway and left.
Dempster has been prone to the home run ball. He's got the 3rd highest home run rate in Major League Baseball.
And ball 4. Too close. So the Rays put 2 men on for James Loney. Got 25 home runs given up by Dempster this year. He had quite a stretch with the Cubs, and depending on how the wind is blowing up there, that's either a hitter's park or a pitcher's park. But I did notice there were some years with the Cubs when his ground ball percentage fluctuated between 65 and 73%. This year it's down a little over 50. But you're in that park, in that environment,
yeah,
you have a chance to keep that ball down. Probably a good idea.
Yeah, that place can get cozy quick.
James Loney bouncing one foul, strike 1.
When you think of Ryan Dempster, when he's going good, he's got a lot of life on his pitches. And when he had, a little bit more stuff than he has right now, that late life, he stays nice and tall and would drive that ball and get good late action on it. And that's what led and will continue to lead to a lot of ground balls. But now, not quite there with the velocity, more prone to the home run ball.
And a throw down to first, back of the bag, Napoli.
Wow. It's nowhere near Cody Ross taking a shot there. And how about that pitch was called a strike too, right at the top of the zone. Not going to get him from that position.
So it's a 2-strike count on Loney. Loney making contact out in front of the split and fouling it. Takes that one for the first ball in this sequence.
Yeah, this could be an uncomfortable position to be in. 0-2, now 1-2. James Loney not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. And the reason why is it boils right back down to what we've talked about all season with James, and that's his approach. Let this ball travel for a long time.
And he broke his bat on that one. Pitch moving in on him on the fist. Dempster made 3 starts against the Rays, 2 of them up at Fenway. 0-1 this year and 3-5 against the Rays in his career. Again, Loney fouls it. Loney hitting from behind in the count. Staying alive on the last couple pitches. Dempster with a high strikeout rate. Averages over 8 strikeouts every 9 innings, as his season's work would indicate. Now 147 strikeouts in under 160 innings. It's 2-2, missing wide. It's an 8-pitch at bat to this point.
And Dempster taking a slow walk back up to the rubber, trying to figure out, what am I going to be able to throw this guy to get him out. He's tried the off speed away. He's tried the slider down and in. He's going with the fastball.
Well, the last couple of weeks, Loney has been swinging the bat very well. He had a little period there where he slumped. But he's extending at bats now, back to hitting the ball everywhere. Ground ball down to first, backhanded by Napoli. Dempster covers first. Longoria goes to third, and Jennings advances to second as Napoli extended, made the stop. And then the play with the pitcher covering.
Well, I'll tell you, Mike Napoli, not known as a Gold Glove defender. And how about this? A nice job on the dive with the backhand. Boy, that saves a run and continued trouble, and now allows Dempster to get out of this inning if he can retire Jose Lobaton.
Well, let's see what Lobaton can do. Hitting .263 for the year and over 300 with men in scoring position, with just 2 for 21 against the Red Sox. One of those hits a home run. Pitch inside. The way the Rays have struggled to score runs, you know, a base hit right here would mean a lot to this club to try to jumpstart the offense.
Yeah, no question about it. New ball game, but the earlier that you can score, the better. It allows everybody to just kind of relax a little bit, and maybe that spurs them on.
Well, this could already be a key spot in this game. And Lobaton tried to check and could not. 1-1.
Think about that last game in Seattle where the Rays finally broke through. They had that bases loaded, nobody out in the 7th, got nothing done. Finally in the 8th inning, they scored a couple of runs, took the lead, and then in the 9th, they lost a couple runners on the base paths, but they were swinging the bats a lot more relaxed, a lot of hits, much better approach.
Lobaton now is behind in the count. Dempster will tantalize you around the fringes.
He has to.
Yep.
He doesn't have the stuff anymore to pitch out over the heart of the plate, so that's absolutely right. Inner, outer third, and then try to get you to chase from there.
Fastball up out of the zone. Lobaton lays off.
Okay, now Ryan Dempster right now is saying, can he lay off the split? You throw that fastball up there by the eyes, you've got him set up for a split finger right here.
Time called. I always thought in those situations it's not a bad thing for a hitter to step out in that juncture of the at-bat. Taking a pitch up.
Yeah.
Kind of have an idea what the pitcher wants to do and just kind of recalibrate things.
Yeah, absolutely.
He tried to check, but he went around and he's out of there on strikes. Little break down and in. The Rays leave 2. We go to the third. No score.
Wednesday, Ask the Announcer. If you have a question for the booth, just tweet your question to @SunSportsRays with the hashtag AskRays. Here is our question tonight, at least the first one. People are wondering about the Rays' shot to get into the postseason. Well, it leads us to our AT&T Twitter poll question. 8.5 games back in the East. What about the wild card chasers that are currently trailing the Rays in the wild card second slot? Who concerns you the most? Hashtag TB1 Baltimore, game and a half back, although losing early in their game against the Yankees tonight. Hashtag TB2 the Indians, who lost today. Hashtag TB3 the Yankees. Or hashtag TB4 Kansas City. James Shields with a win today to put them only 2.5 back. Tweet your votes to @SunSportsRays, and there is your Ask the Announcer location to send your tweets @SunSportsRays with the hashtag AskRays. Guys, it could be a wild finish with all those teams bunched up.
Yeah, it sure could. And the Rays, out of all the contending teams, the only contender with no off days remaining. Everybody else has at least one, some as many as 3. First pitch to Jackie Bradley Jr. He takes it for a strike.
Well, that would be the team that the Rays are playing right now.
Yep.
Boston, 3 more games played than the Rays.
Yankees have a couple off days. Baltimore has 1. Cleveland has a day off remaining. A 1-1 count. Two and 1. Top of the order, Pedroia next, and then Victorino. On the inside part of the plate, and it's 2-2. Chop back of first, fair. Loney will beat him to the bag. One out in the third. Here's a reminder to pick up the Tampa Bay Times tomorrow, and therein get your coupon and promo code for your chance to buy 2 outfield tickets and get 2 free for Tuesday, September 17th, when the Rays take on the Texas Rangers. That series looming very large. It's a great deal available through the Tampa Bay Times 2 for Tuesday special offer. Dustin Pedroia looks at strike one. The Alex Cobb curveball.
Such a weapon. Such a weapon for Alex to be able to drop that in there for strike one.
Liner into right center. There's a base hit. Cut off by Myers. Pedroia is going to make a big turn but hold at first base. Myers got over there to prevent the extra base hit.
Yeah, that was a big play by Will Myers, because Dustin Pedroia had every intention of going for a double right there if Will is not hustling all out to get there. That's a split change hanging out over the plate, and Will Myers cuts that off aggressively and keeps him at first base. That's a nice hustle play there by Niner, and it keeps that double play in order.
And we have already seen how important that is. The double play by David Ross on the 5-4-3 in the second. And here's Victorino. Pitch outside. Victorino hitting from the right side. He's been restricted in some of his movements because of a number of injuries. He's had all kinds of injuries this year. Hamstrings, lower back, hip issues, and it's more comfortable for him physically to hit from the right side. That's a strike, and Cobb took advantage of that in the first.
Yeah, and it may be physically easier for Victorino to do that, but mentally and as far as what he's seeing, he's going to see that breaking ball from Alex. A completely different look from that side of the plate.
We're in the top of the third, no score. Moved to first, and back in is Pedroia. He had Pedroia dancing back and forth and almost caught him on the wrong move.
Yeah, he was close. Look at Pedroia. Look how active he is. He had to belly flop getting back in there.
Yeah, that's almost a cha-cha move with his legs to get back in there and head for the back of the bag.
Yeah, that's where you want to go. That forces the longest tag, and whoever's playing first base, you got to catch that ball and go all the way to that back corner with the tag, and that'll buy you an extra split second to get in.
Not only have the Red Sox been a big slugging percentage team, home runs, but they steal bases. Ground ball past third up the line. Pedroia heads to third. The Jesus back down the line with the throw on the double by Victorino.
Well, so much for the theory of the off look. Victorino, he's got a swing that's similar to Ben Zobrist. Well, he will keep that bat a long time in the zone, and he's able to get this ball outside of the reach of Longoria, down the line, off-speed pitch.
Well, he's been such an important part, I think, of this Boston ball club from the time we saw them early when they had Ellsbury back in April. Ellsbury, Victorino, and Pedroia. Three guys at the top of the lineup who could just drive you crazy.
Yeah.
Before you would get to Ortiz when he was hitting cleanup.
There's so much that you can do with those two guys, or three guys actually.
It's down, popping away from Lobaton, not far enough to give Pedroia any ideas.
Well, and like we talked earlier, Dwayne, Mike Napoli coming in, a boost to this ball club. Daniel Nava and his production that he's given the Red Sox. Victorino, all of these guys that are new to the ball club. Well, Daniel Nava not new, but his production is. They have stepped up, and that has made the difference, and that's what's allowed this team to make the jump they have.
Two and 0. Ortiz against Cobb. Came into the game 1 out of 4 with 4 walks. And Cobb's just going to go ahead and put him on here. Behind 2-0 on the count. So he'll load the bases and try to get a double play ground ball with Napoli due up.
And that's what makes this decision a little bit more palatable for Joe Madden in this dugout. You fall behind 2-0. You don't want to give in to David Ortiz, and you still have that chance to roll one up.
Well, how about Napoli? With the bases loaded, 6 career grand slams, and really 10 out of 20 this year.
Yeah, how about having 20 attempts with the bases loaded?
Walked his first time. Cobb misses down and away. Rays have Zobrist stationed toward the middle from second base. That's going to be a strike at the knees. 0-1. It's really interesting. Here's Napoli, 10 out of 20 with the bases loaded this year. He's hitting .248 overall with men in scoring position. Lines it into right. That's going to drop and will skip by Myers off to the left. Pedroia has scored. Victorino heads to the plate. Ortiz goes to third. It's a double for Napoli. 2-0 Boston.
Well, you can get caught in between on this play. And this is another example of the Rays looking to make a play. And this line drive out into right field, Will Myers, he's going to come in and try to catch this ball before it gets to the turf. Going to be a tough play, but when you sell out like that, that is the risk. If you don't get there, the potential for extra bases is there.
Yeah, and actually the Rays pretty fortunate that the ball skipped just to his left, because if that goes to the wall, even Ortiz scores and Napoli's at least at third.
No doubt about it. Yeah, you're fortunate to have just given up 2. And you know what? That's just another example of again, the Rays looking to make a play, want to do something great. The right play right there was probably to pull up. You don't want to concede a run, but you could see right there that even with Will busting it in there to try to catch that ball, he was, not quite there. That ball was well short of him.
So the 2-base hit for Napoli gives him 87 runs batted in for the year. And in steps Nava. 1 ball, no strikes.
Yeah, I think that's one of those plays where when Joe was talking about the team trying too hard, I think that's what he means.
Yep.
Situations like that.
Good example.
You can understand Will Myers, trying to make a play for his team. And it's easy to second guess now.
chair to sit in to make this decision.
No, he's got to come in right away, but you see where that ball bounced. I mean, that was going to be just about an impossible catch to make. You understand the want to.
But he's got to make that decision.
Split second.
That's right. Ground ball. Zobrist looks toward the plate, but nothing there. Ortiz crosses the plate. Nava with a ground ball makes it 3-0.
And you know what's interesting about that right there is how many times have we seen Joe Madden extremely aggressive with the defense and bringing them in early in games with runners on second or third or a runner at third, and you've got the preeminent ground ball guy on the mound right now, and yet you choose to concede that third run.
Stephen Drew. How much do you think the psychological component factored into that?
Well, I think that you're thinking, well, you know what, if anytime you pull the defense in, it's an aggressive play. And so if you pull the defense in, he's able to sneak one by. Now Boston's got a chance for a big inning where now it's just a 3-run inning. I mean, but that's a concession usually you don't see the Rays make.
Yep. Well, you've given up an intentional walk trying to set the stage in your favor. That didn't work. So he left the infield back. You're thinking, well, if you do roll the dice and pull it in and you give up a base hit, now it's 4-0.
Right. But
they still have something brewing.
That's right. And I think, that had to absolutely factor in when usually you see the Rays, they don't care. Listen, we're bringing them in. That's the play that you normally see.
Nice stop right there by Lobaton. That saved a potential run. Takes the count to 2-1. Lobaton knew he stopped it. He wasn't quite sure where it was. He just knew he'd done his job to keep it out in front of him somewhere.
That's it.
He's been great that way.
Boy, I'll tell you, he really has. Leaps and bounds all season long. And that's where it shows up. All the hard work, and it's nice you block and you slide, but these kind of situations in big games, he just prevented another Boston run with that play.
Line drive to center, and that hangs up long enough for Jennings to make the catch. 7 men come to the plate. The Red Sox scored 3. Bottom of the third coming, 3-0. Visit your Tampa Bay area Mazda dealers. Just for men, mustache and beard. Toyota, let's go places. And Coventry Healthcare. Coverage so you can keep living the life you want. Go live. We've got you covered. Rays down 3-0. 3-run top of the third for Boston. Will Myers tried to make essentially a shoestring catch on the double off the bat of Mike Napoli. That drove in 2. Nava's ground ball got the 3rd run home. And in the home half of the inning, it'll be Yunel Escobar, David DeJesus, and Will Myers. Escobar hitting .261. Strike 1. Ryan Dempster pitching for Boston tonight, coming off a win over Detroit. And Escobar did check on the appeal. It's 1-1.
Well, he's been the beneficiary of some high run scoring ball games. How about that Detroit game that he won his last time out was the game that Boston won 20-4. They scored 13 of those runs while Dempster was in the game. Pretty sure you're going to walk away with a win there.
Line drive, base hit. Extra bases into the corner. Escobar will wind up at second.
Now, this is one area that Dempster has struggled this year. The on-base percentage against him by a hitter leading off an inning is approaching .400. So you figure the Rays are going to get some good scoring opportunities. And here is one just eluding the glove of Middlebrooks. And now the Rays have a chance to answer, which is huge. I mean, even if it's just one, just to answer something can help this team out.
Back-to-back innings with a leadoff double. Longoria opened the second with a double. Now Escobar with a 2-base hit in the third. Now we swing around to the top of the order. David DeJesus. A ball, no strikes, the count. DeJesus making the start in left field. His 8th start in left for the Rays. He started in center twice and in right field 3 times. 2-0, and that prompts a visit from David Ross. Baltimore batting in the bottom of the 4th, holding a 2-1 lead over the Yankees. Going to be foul, however, through the bullpen. That's 2-1. In the game tonight and all season long, Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. Speaking of home runs, the 2 runs in Baltimore came courtesy of Chris Davis, not on a home run, but a 2-run double. Take that 2-1 lead. He has 128 runs batted in now. There's one up the right side. Fair ball headed for the corner. This will get Escobar home. DeJesus on his way to second, and the Rays do answer with at least 1.
Yeah, they put themselves in position to make it more than that. Trading places, DeJesus and Escobar to lead off this 3rd inning. Huge for this Rays offense, already struggling and now behind 3-0. And DeJesus goes down, gets that slider before it finishes its break, and keeps it fair up the line.
DeJesus in scoring position, still nobody out. Just like getting the leadoff man on to begin an inning, and you've already scored a run in that inning. So let's see what the rest of the lineup can do. Will Myers takes ball 1. Will started the night hitting 290. He's at 288 right now. Ground ball, chopper, foul. 1-1. Myers starting to get hot again. You see that stretch of a couple of weeks plus. Hit just 127, but 391 here in his last 7 games.
Well, as Will would say, whatever. Just here to play ball.
Pitch puts him behind in the count. Fastball at 89, and that's about where Dempster tops out. He may give you 90, maybe 91, but he's mostly 89 and 90.
When the AC kicks on here, he'll give you 91.
Bouncer foul. Rays trail Boston by 8.5 with 19 left to play. 2011, the Rays trailed by 6.5 with 20 left to play, and you know what happened then. Not impossible, but becoming a long shot to win the division. Strike called outside part of the plate. Myers caught looking. That's the first out.
A tough pitch there by Dempster, and he keeps that right on the corner. You know, another one of those borderline calls, and you see that may have been just off, but it's that close. And what you end up doing is you put it in the hands of that umpire, and sometimes those are going to go against you.
Ben Zobrist up there now. The fastball is a strike. A big opportunity for the Rays to make it at least a 1-run game. With a runner at second, Zobrist and Longoria hitting back-to-back. 1 strike to count to Ben. Takes that one in. 1-1. Turn, but nothing doing. He's got back-to-back doubles from Escobar and DeJesus to lead off the inning and get on the board. Zobrist take down. 2-1. Has hit over 300 since the All-Star break, and the 3rd spot tonight in the lineup behind Myers and in front of Longoria. Lifted toward short left center. It's caught by Bradley. 2 outs with DeJesus still at second. And it's going to be up to Evan Longoria if the Rays are to get more in the 3rd.
Well, he doubled his first time up going after the first pitch. Looking for a little bit more of the same here.
And it gives him 3 of 9 with a home run in his career off Dempster.
Well, Ryan Dempster, his slider, not a snappy slider. He's got to locate that pitch, and the fastball he's got to keep down. You have the Longoria, when he wants to go out over the plate, he's got very good plate coverage. That's what he did to get to that first offering that he lined out to left center for a double.
Pitch, he takes it low.
That right there is the dead giveaway. As a pitcher, if you're throwing a guy a first pitch fastball and you do that with it, that just lets you know that he is so worried and concerned about placement. Not just a fastball away and let it rip, but I know this has to be down and away. You choke it off just a little bit and throw it right into the ground on the first pitch. Also realizing that he got burned on the first pitch in his last at-bat.
He stays away off the plate. 2-0. And Joyce hitting behind Longoria. He's got the double from Escobar. Up the left field line, the double to right center from De Jesus. Tied the game. He's at second with 2 outs. Gave the Rays their first run. It's 3-1 right now. And the pitch is a strike. 2-1.
Perfect placement. 89. I mean, that, well, the Fox strike shows that. That is not going to do much with that. But can you do it a couple more times? And Evans betting that he cannot.
And he hits it. Longoria hit on the hand by the pitch. He'll head to first.
Did that get hand or forearm?
Well, let's see.
You're hoping it's more forearm than hand.
Yep.
Well, maybe hand. Yeah, it looks like certainly either that or funny bone. Oh yeah, forearm. Well, and here's the deal too. Evan Longoria, he plays the same position as Alex Rodriguez. That makes him a target too.
Well, it's in Dempster's history.
Well, listen. And I think that he had heard that they at one time had a conversation. He wasn't a fan of that either.
Joe Madden established early that he didn't believe in vigilante justice. So Longoria is at first. De Jesus at second. Here's Matt Joyce. Pitch in.
Manny Machado, you might want to watch out too, buddy. A pretty good player down there at third.
He's collecting AL East third baseman.
I don't know. We'll see. He's knocked 2 of them down already. Now, if he gets Brett Lawrie and Machado, then we know
that he's very compulsive. Nothing else. 2-0. Rays had a couple of men on in the second, did not score. They have a run in the third now with men at first and second and 2 outs. And the deeper this inning goes, the more deliberate Dempster becomes.
Yeah, it doesn't look right now at all confident or in sync with anything on the mound right now. And you can coax a walk here, or better yet, a ball out over the plate that Matt can drive. You get those bases loaded.
And that's foul.
And green light. I think that's part of, Joe, too. He doesn't want... Listen, these guys mostly have the green light all season long. So now all of a sudden, if you're giving them the take sign in situations like this, you're continuing that thought process that they have. And he said, listen, it's not going to be, anything that's contrived. It has to be organic. He doesn't want any preservatives in this offense. at all. Fresh.
And unless they score a lot of runs, then you got to figure out how to preserve that formula and duplicate it. Ball 4. The Rays have the bases loaded. That pushes DeJesus to third. Longoria up to second. Bases are loaded for Desmond Jennings. So, visit to the mound. Juan Nieves, the pitching coach. Well, the Red Sox talk it over, and Dempster's doing a lot of the talking. Just a reminder, as you enjoy Coldman, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. The Rays' run came on the leadoff double by Escobar. Now DeJesus is at third, Longoria second, and Joyce at first. And Desmond Jennings, who walked in the second, bats again in the third. Desmond on the ground. Backhanded stop. Drew throw to second. Got him. Drew to Pedroia. Drew takes a potential base hit and at least a run away from the Rays. Jennings grounds into what turns out to be a force play. Drew to Pedroia 6-4, and the Rays settled for 1 as a result of this play. 3-1 Boston. Left side of the infield, denied that by the Boston defense. It's a 3-1 game headed into the 4th inning. One more look.
Boy, what a play by Stephen Drew to his right. Then how about the throw there to Pedroia? Just in time. I mean, what a play. That saved 2 runs for the Red Sox. This should have, could have been a tie ball game, and denied by the play of Drew to Pedroia.
On to the 4th. The third baseman, Will Middlebrooks, leads off. The ball, no strikes. Alex Cobb on the hill for the Rays. Ahead in the count. Cobb touched for the 3 runs on 3 hits in the third. David Ross next, and then Jackie Bradley Jr. So Cobb's job to hold the Red Sox right here with this 2-run deficit for the Rays. Red Sox had a couple of base runners in the second. Cobb tonight with 2 strikeouts. Walked a couple men, one of those an intentional walk, allowing 3 runs on 4 hits. Chopped to third. It's Longoria. And so 1 away in the 4th. Let's go to the Fox Sports 1 studio for this game break. Well, thank you very much, and we take a look at the wild card race with the Rays 2 back of Texas and Baltimore, a game and a half back of the Rays. The Rays holding on to the 2nd wild card spot. Here's strike 1 to David Ross. One and one. You know, baseball talked about creating more interest in the races down the stretch, and they've certainly created a wild card race with this thing. And all those other teams still viable, and the Rays trying to nail down at least the number 2 spot.
Well, yeah, and really it's been the last 2 weeks, it's been the play of the Rays that has sent out invitations to all of those teams to close within just a couple.
Yeah, because if you look at the records of those other teams, they're mediocre records.
Right.
Around 500.
The problem is the Rays have the worst in baseball in that time frame, last 15 or 16 games.
Yeah, Rays have lost 12 of 16.
There you go.
So they've really allowed everybody else back in it. And as a result, we have the race we have. Big cut and a miss. David Ross out on strikes. 3rd strikeout for Alex Cobb. And the Rays have an exciting new ticket offer. Purchase 4 or more full price tickets to any game on RaysBaseball.com and receive 10% off. This offer applies to any seating category, available online only. Some restrictions apply. So grab your friends and save. For tickets and more information, visit RaysBaseball.com. Jackie Bradley Jr. hits it deep to left. Going to be over DeJesus and to the wall. 2-base hit for Bradley Jr.
He jumped on that offering from Alex Cobb, and good speed out there at second base as he's able to drive this ball into the gap.
So the Red Sox, for the 3rd straight inning, have put up a scoring threat. They cashed in for 3 in the 3rd inning. And now the 2-out double by Bradley will give Dustin Pedroia an opportunity to add to this 3-1 Boston lead. Pedroia singled and scored in the 3rd. He's a .30 hitter this year with men in scoring position. Started the night at 296 overall. Two and 0. Ball 3.
Alex Cobb being very deliberate and being actually quite smart here after falling behind Pedroia 2-0. Did not want to leave one right out over the plate. Pedroia already lined one in the right field for a base hit. You got Victorino coming up. Victorino did double his last time up. But right now it's a matter of matchups. Victorino with an 0-0 count or Pedroia 3-0.
There's a strike. You know, the fact that first base is open gives you an option. You can be a little more selective as to what you want to do, knowing that first base is open. Curveball in there for strike 2.
Now that, and what that allows you to do is right there. You know, 3-1 curveball. That's the last thing on Pedroia's mind. You can see it by that foot gets down way too early as he's thinking something hard. You do that 3-1, now you can do anything 3-2. You may just come back and get him here.
3-2 from Cobb. And a chopper out to second. Zobrist makes the play. And the runner at second stranded there. We go to the bottom of the fourth, 3-1 Boston. Steelers. Well, the Rays are still just 2 back. 3-1 coming in to hit in the bottom of the fourth inning. With James Loney, Jose Lobaton, and Yunel Escobar due up against Ryan Dempster. Commemorating the anniversary, the 12th anniversary of the 9/11 attack here tonight and throughout this great land of ours and throughout baseball. Ryan Dempster back to the hill for Boston. He's had a couple of outstanding plays behind him. One on Loney turned in by Napoli in the second inning, and then that Outstanding play on the ball hit by Jennings. Play made by Drew to end the third. So here we are in the fourth, and it's a 1-ball, no strike count. Two and 0. How about the infield? They're pulled around for Loney, and they're going to give him a wide berth over there between third base and where Middlebrooks is playing him off the bag. There's a foul ball headed out of play. 2-1. Up the left side, just outside the third base bag.
Well, that could have been the softest double of Loney's career. A little cue shot right over the bag. Well, that would have been nice.
Sometimes that's all it takes. Something like that to open an opportunity. You cash in, you start rolling. That's what the Rays are looking for.
Yeah, you never know where it's going to come from. And with Dempster, you feel like, the Rays are going to get their chances. They've had them already.
And Loney takes a big cut and strikes out.
That's a pitch that James Loney's not going to miss very often. That was a hanging breaking ball. Not a lot of fight, and stayed in the middle of the plate.
Strikeout number 6 for Dempster. Here's Jose Lobaton. That's a strike. We've looked at some of the other games and some of the finals that are in. Interesting, as we referenced earlier, in the Kansas City Cleveland game won by the Royals 6-2. That was James Shields against Scott Kazmir. Shields won it. He goes to 11-9. Ground ball third. Middlebrooks throws out Lobaton. Kazmir, the loser, 8-8. So a couple of former Rays pitchers prominent in that one. And the Pirates beat Texas in Arlington 7-5. And Kyle Farnsworth pitched the 9th inning to pick up his first save.
Former Rays chipping in all over the place in meaningful games.
Yeah, the former Ray Matt Garza was the losing pitcher in that game for Texas.
Well, the former Rays giveth and they taketh away. Kazmir and Garza steaming right now.
Yeah, not happy.
No.
Shields and Farnsworth, on the other hand,
thrilled.
Yep. Two and 0. Two balls and a strike. Escobar, ahead of the double, had gone just 2 for 14 against Dempster. He's doubled open the third and led to the Rays run. Rolls it to short. Stephen Drew makes the pickup and the throw. And it's a 1-2-3 fourth on to inning 5. 3-1 Boston.
troublesome for Desmond Jennings the last couple of weeks out in the outfield. Uncharacteristic mistakes, including last night where maybe if he got back he could have made a catch on Mike Napoli's drive that ended up off the wall. Here's what Joe Madden told him before the game.
Don't ever worry about making mistakes here. Don't ever, because I'm never worried about anybody making a mistake here. Wanted him to understand that he could impact this game for us possibly like no other player in our locker room can, based on his abilities. So just a reaffirmation of what you're all about, and understand that we all get our confidence dinged once in a while. We all do. Everybody does. Sometimes you just need somebody to remind you what you're good at and how good you actually are. And so hopefully that would help a little bit, because I do believe in him a lot.
And Desmond did make a nice play to end the third, guys, so we'll see how it goes forward from here. Back to you.
Yeah, that's the only way to approach a situation like that, and Joe Madden is very bright that way about handling his club. And I think he's absolutely right about physical ability, athletic ability on this team. The way that Desmond Jennings can impact this team, it's many-fold.
Yeah. Yep. He's got all the tools and speed, occasional power, does a lot of things well. And that's exactly what, this is not the time of year to come down on guys, especially guys that if this team's already offensively not feeling great about themselves. You got to try to build them up, continue to instill confidence, let them know you're confident in them.
2 strikes to Victorino. 1-2 now. He'll be followed by David Ortiz and then Mike Napoli. Yankees picked up a run in the 5th at the end of 5 in Baltimore. That was 3-2 Baltimore. The Yankees are right back hitting in the top of the 6th inning now. High chop, foul. Boston, coming into this game, had scored 759 runs. They have 3 tonight. Tops in that department. Detroit also over 700 runs scored. A 1-2 count to Victorino. Back a third, inside the line, and Longoria gets Victorino.
Did you see where Evan Longoria was stationed? This is the 5th inning, and already a no doubles approach. Victorino snuck one down that line by Longoria earlier in the ball game. Look where Evan's at. I mean, nothing going to get by him there. And he's playing traditional third, and guess what? Victorino, good chance he's standing on second base again.
And now Evan takes the track across to the other side of the diamond with the shift on. Escobar, the lone defender on the left side for David Ortiz. There's ball 1 to Ortiz. Ortiz scored a run in the 3rd after he had been intentionally walked. Scored on a ground ball off the bat of Nava. 2-0. The last 2 weeks plus, quite a tumble for the Rays from the time they were 21 games over 500 at 74-53. Going 4-12 after that. Ground ball. Longoria again from the second base spot out of the shift. So that's a 5-3 putout out of the shift against Ortiz. So 2 ground ball outs, 2 up, 2 down in the 5th. And Mike Napoli, who unloaded a double to drive in 2 in the 3rd. Bats with the bases empty and 2 outs in the 5th. Really keeping the ball away from him and skip that curveball to the backstop. 1 ball and no strikes. Yankees have tied Baltimore with a run in the 6th inning on an Alex Rodriguez home run. Here we're in the top of the 5th, 3-1 Boston. Now 3 balls, no strikes. Limbering going on down there in the bullpen for the Red Sox. Strike on the outside part of the plate. This game has proceeded along at a cautious pace.
Oh, most of these American League East battles tend to do that. Just inch along, inch along.
A lot of deep counts. The 2 walkingest teams in the American League. Although the Red Sox walked only 1 time last night. Twice in this game, and one of those was an intentional walk. 3-2. Chopper, third base, but that's a foul ball. Napoli fouled that one off his body when he was in the box, and so he'll see another 3-2 pitch. Yeah, Napoli.
Yeah, now
said, hey, it touched me.
Yep.
And Joe says, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, that was an interesting reaction there by Napoli. Close. You saw the ball go down. Definitely hit dirt. Now, did it clip the toe?
You know, there was not that painful reaction that you normally get.
He started up the line.
Yeah, and then said, oh, wait, look, it hit my toe. But, you know, the Rays had that ball. Then after the call made, the ball skipping by Longoria, and everybody forgot about it.
And I think Joe Madden is saying, Angel, how are you calling that down from third base? Carapazza did not call it off the bat.
Joe says, you know, if we had replay next year, I'd probably have you right here.
Let's see from this angle. Foot down. Well, if it did, it didn't hit it on the way down.
Yeah.
On the way up, did it clip it? It's so tough to tell.
3-2. Strike 3 call. That takes care of the Red Sox. 1, 2, 3, they go. We're going to head into the home half of the 5th here at Tropicana Field. It's 3-1 Boston. scored 2 of those in the 3rd inning on this double by Mac Napoli. Or Napoli, his 36th double. Then a ground ball by Nava in the 3rd, scored Ortiz. Rays got on the board on a double by De Jesus, chasing home Escobar. The Rays further threatened, but on the ground ball hit by Jennings, Stephen Drew made an outstanding play to get the final out on a forced play at 2nd. And that ended any Rays' hopes of adding to their single marker in the 3rd. Now they come in to hit in the 5th inning. De Jesus leads it off. He's 1 for 2 with the RBI double. Play. The RBIs in this game, Mike Napoli with 2, Daniel Nava with 1, and for the Rays, David De Jesus is the lone RBI. De Jesus trying to get on to start something for the Rays in the 5th. It's 2-1. Dempster starting this night with 8 wins and 9 losses. Will Myers will face him next, and then Ben Zobrist. Long one down the line, but it's going to be foul. You can see De Jesus standing at the plate, trying to keep that ball from hooking so much. It's a long strike. 2-2.
Now the hitter will let you know. And he knew it right there. You can lean all you want. He knew off the bat he was a little bit too quick. That ball was absolutely crushed. Dempster continues to go in there with the slider, and De Jesus continue to try to get to that pitch, get the head out. Pitch that he lined down in the corner for a double.
The count is full on him now. They'll force another 3-2 pitch to be made. Taking a respite, relaxing. Foul ball again. Jesus battling here. 3 straight foul balls with the count full.
Ryan Dempster trying to find something to try to get De Jesus out, and David just continues to battle. Foul pitches off. Make Dempster work. That has been the story of the game, these lineups.
And ball 4. De Jesus works Dempster for the walk, and the Rays have a leadoff man aboard in the 5th. Take your favorite team with you everywhere you go with the Rays Messenger Bag. This bag is only available through the purchase of a Tampa Bay Times ticket tandem to a game against the Orioles September 20th through the 23rd. Buy yours now before supplies run out. To purchase, visit raysbaseball.com/tandems. Will Myers trying to solve Dempster. Struck out swinging on the split in the first. Caught looking in the third. Bounces the first pitch foul. Dempster started him with a fastball for a strike.
A leadoff man aboard. Good news for the Rays. Trying to do something with it. And I'll tell you, as much trouble as they've had Dempster in it, he's never looked comfortable out there on the mound. Still just the 1 run given up.
Time called. Dempster here in the 5th inning with a runner on, nobody out. He's closing in on 90 pitches. He made 100 in his last outing in 6 innings against Detroit in that 20-4 win. That will put Myers behind in the count, 0-2. Over to first, DeJesus back in. He was actually leaning just a little bit there. But 2 strikes on Myers. Base hit through the hole for Myers. DeJesus advances to second. Will picks up his first hit. The Rays have something cooking with the middle of the order coming up.
Boy, that's a nice job by Will Myers. Down in the count, 0-2 after 2 strikeouts. And Dempster, this ball, again, the slider, not sharp at all. That kind of rolls out there, stays up. And Myers is out in front, but because the pitch is elevated, he's able to find a hole. And again, Dempster in trouble. And you got a lot of guys hopping down there in the Boston bullpen.
Here's Ben Zobrist.
And you get the feeling, too, that he's down to his last couple of hitters, one way or the other.
Ben takes a pitch outside. He's 0 for 2. Came into the game 2 for 5 with a walk against Dempster. Yeah, 90 pitches right on the button right now. Made 100 his last time. And Zobrist tried to check. That's a strike, and it's 1-1. DeJesus second, Myers at first. Ground ball to second. Pedroia drew 1. Napoli 2. Dempster gets the double play ball as DeJesus advances to third with 2 outs.
Well, that's been an all too familiar refrain for the Rays, is grounding into double plays. And here you got a pitcher out there right now who's doesn't look the most comfortable. First and second, nobody out. And just that quickly.
Here's Evan Longoria tonight, a double, and he's been hit by a pinch. Blowing outside.
Well, here's a chance for your superstar to lose one. And just wash it all away, lose one, and tie this game up.
7th in the league in home runs. Takes the pitch too high. 2-0 now. Here's DeJesus. He opened with a walk. Finds himself at third base with 2 gone on the double play. Bounds it back. A fastball. 2-1. Time for the Just for Men mustache and beard play like a champ, and a great opportunity right here for Longoria to join this illustrious crew of third basemen with 3 30-plus home run seasons before the age of 28. Starting with Eddie Matthews, Mike Schmidt in there, Ron Santo, Bob Horner, Matt Williams, Chipper Jones, and Troy Glass. 3-1. Well, all of those guys, great power. They could launch pitches, and we've seen Longoria do that.
And this is a good count to do it in.
And there's ball 4. So the inning will continue with men at first and third, 2 outs. And the left-handed bat of Matt Joyce is on his way to the plate. Matt 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. Morales up in the bullpen. Joyce takes it low. He was at odds with the plate umpire back in the second on a couple pitches that turned out to be strikes. He thought they were low. He struck out in that at bat on a split, then walked in the third. He has Longoria at first, DeJesus at third in the 5th. One and one.
A little split finger there by Dempster to get back in this count. Boy, good job with the arm speed there and the placement of that pitch. As you see, Matt Joyce just can't reach it.
Matt 0 for 2 last night with 2 walks. Close for ball 2.
Yeah, that may have been a case of that pitch outside the body of the catcher. That looked to have caught the plate. But Ross set up in, has to reach back away. Doesn't get it. Well, this game has been so deliberate. Every pitch poured over.
Time granted by Lance Barksdale. And Dempster at 100 pitches, which means he's in his 3rd plus 20 inning.
Feels like about 150.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
2-1. Here's ball 3. Pitch. Longoria goes on ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Well, the Rays have had 3 walks and a single in this inning, have yet to score a run as a result of the double play, and the bases will be loaded for Desmond Jennings.
Well, and you're starting to wonder what Dempster has here to get Jennings out. We feel good with Jennings on the fastball. That slider has not been sharp. You feel if one of those roll in there, Jennings is going to hammer it. And Alex Cobb can only hope.
Desmond made a bid to give the Rays some additional runs in the third. And our high-energy play of the game brought to you by Dunkin' Donuts, and it was a high-energy play.
Yeah, and he's not going to do it again. He is not going to do it again, and Boston's certainly excited about that. But here's Desmond Jennings, and he's going to get another crack at it. All you can ask for.
Desmond walked his other trip to the plate. Swings through the fastball, strike one.
Oh my gosh, you would think that he wants to see that pitch again, or what? That was 90 miles an hour, splitting the plate about thigh high.
And strike two. 89 on that one.
Well, that was almost the same pitch. I mean, that's a fastball. Look at him. The heart of the plate.
Wide. Fastball again, just off the plate.
I'll tell you what, these at-bats and these situations, this is what it's all about this time of year.
Yeah.
High drama here in the fifth inning. You know, Boston gets this again, another boost for them. If Jennings can somehow find some grass out there in the outfield, now the Rays right back. And they would certainly be energized.
The 1-2. Jennings out on strikes. A foul-tip strikeout on the fastball at 90. 4 fastballs, and the Rays leave the bases loaded. They had 3 walks and a single in the inning. No runs. On to the 6th. 3-1 Boston.
Hard to believe the tragic events of 9/11 happened 12 years ago today. And today it's been a day of remembrance for Rays players, starting with Ben Zobrist and his wife Juliana, who sent out this tweet from their joint account. That day you'll never forget exactly where you were, what you saw, how you felt, and the prayers spoken. We are remembering together. And together, teams across the league are remembering the anniversary with a series of moves, including wearing hats featuring American flag patches. And on each base, there's actually a little plaque with the words, "We shall not forget." Now, Dwayne, once baseball resumed after 9/11, the Devil Rays, as they were called, helped reopen Yankee Stadium after that disaster. Now, you were there. What was it like?
Yeah, it's something you'll never forget. Number one, it was difficult to maneuver and actually even get into Manhattan. The ball club stayed across the Hudson River in New Jersey. And to go back in there was surrealistic and sad. It was extremely sad, and that's where I think the game resuming came in to help to attempt to normalize things as much as you could normalize anything in the aftermath of that. And Kelly's absolutely right. We will never forget that time. Just can't do it. 1-0 the count to Daniel Nava. 2 balls, no strikes. Nava, Drew, and Middlebrooks due up in the 6th inning. Rays down by 2. Well, they've had some base runners. They left a couple men in scoring position in the 2nd inning. They left them loaded when they scored a run in the 3rd. Left them loaded in the 5th inning. And so Cobb's out here trying to hold this high-powered Boston offense. That's a strike. 3-1. Wesley Wright up in the bullpen. Liner into right field, and the Red Sox have their leadoff hitter aboard. Nava's 2 for 3. The only time the Rays retired him, he drove in a run with a ground ball. Otherwise, 2 singles. And they have 6 hits in the game. A couple of 1, 2, 3 innings for Alex Cobb. The 1st and the 4th. And for the 2nd time in an inning tonight, the Red Sox have put the leadoff man aboard. Now Stephen Drew. Pitch is low to Drew.
Well, the one thing that Alex wants to do, and he was not able to do it to Nava, it ultimately ended up costing him, and so far not able to do here against Drew, is dictate the count. That is so very important for him. That's where he can get the weak contact, the ground balls.
1-1.
Really important for any pitcher. You want to be able to manipulate that count and pitch from a position of strength, which is ahead, and now the Rays little double barrel action.
Both rights up. Jamie Wright, the right-hander, and Wesley Wright, the lefty. Move to first. Nava's back in. Alex Cobb on the verge of making the 90th pitch of the night for the Rays right-hander. One and two. Boy, this has been a pitch-by-pitch game, and then some.
You can, it's almost tangible, the thinking that is going on by the hitter, by the pitcher, each and every time they match up.
Back over the mound. That's going to get through. Nava makes a turn but hangs at second. So ground ball right back over the mound. Cobb trying to somehow make a stab at that one, and it got through the middle for a base hit to center.
Well, yeah, right back underneath him. You see as he spins. Boy, that ball went right between his legs. The glove covered the third base side, but somehow find its way between the legs up the middle.
Jim Hickey to the mound with Middlebrooks due up. Nobody out, and men at first and second. You can join forces with the Rays at the 2nd annual Star Wars night. Watch the Rays battle the Orioles September 21st and get a discounted seat in the press level, a special edition of Jedi Zoe bobblehead, and the chance for photo ops, costume contest, and more. For tickets, visit RaysBaseball.com/special events. Will Middlebrooks in the batter's box. 2 men on, bases empty. Down to third. Longoria steps on third, down to second, one. Over to first, safe. Rays just a half step away from turning a triple play right there. Boy, you can see it on the chop down to third, the possibility. They get 2.
You'll take that any day of the week. I mean, that was set up perfectly. The chopper, Longoria going up for it, coming right down on the bag. Look how perfect this is. Boom, touch, and then get it going. This close.
Lance Barksdale on the call at first. Cobb rooting for 3. Just missed it.
Yeah, how about that? First and second, nobody out. A visit to the mound from the pitching coach, and you could have been walking off the field 1 pitch later.
And Hickey goes, look, throw a triple play ball, would you?
Hickey's a genius.
So, turns out to be a 5-4 double play. So Middlebrooks is aboard. Not many times you can hit into a double play and still reach base. David Ross looks at a strike. So technically it would be a fielder's choice. The Rays get 2 outs, 5-4. Blocked by Lobatone. 1-1. The veteran backup catcher, he's grounded into a 5-4-3 double play. Struck out on a changeup in the 4th. Two balls and a strike.
Cobb does not like that baseball. Didn't have a strike in it. But I'll tell you what, that fastball in there to David Ross, just make him aware of that pitch in off the plate. Even though you're in a 2-1 count here, try to entice him to be reaching for something here. Get that third out and let that offense go back to work.
Strike on the outside part of the plate. Rays have pulled off 3 triple plays, and Ben Zobrist has been involved in a couple of them. Almost made it the 3rd time there. Last time was in September, late September of 2011 against the Yankees, and that went Longoria, Zobrist to Rodriguez. All 3. Count goes full.
Well, that'll put Middlebrooks in motion. Jackie Randall Jr. on deck. Opposite field double his last time up. Alex wants to end this inning right here. This pitch.
3-2 is low. So he gives up the walk. moves Middlebrooks up to second. And Jackie Bradley Jr. is due, and Joe Madden heads to the mound with 2 men on and 2 men out. And Cobb not quite to 100 pitches. So 5 2/3 for Cobb tonight. We have a Metro PCS call to the bullpen. Your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Visit your Honda dealer for great lease and finance deals on fuel-efficient Hondas. By Tampa Bay Radiation Oncology. When cancer strikes, strike back with CyberKnife. Available at Tampa Bay Radiation Oncology. And Chevrolet. See your local Tampa Chevy dealer. Rays down 3-1 as we play in the top of the 6th inning. Jackie Bradley Jr. stays on to face Wesley Wright. He inherits Middlebrooks at second and Ross at first. And the fastball ends strike one.
This is where Wesley Wright can give a left-hander problems. He's got that low 3/4 arm angle. These are the types of situations that the Rays went out and were able to pick him up for.
0-2. "98 pitches for Cobb."
And it was a grind. It was a grind for Alex Cobb and Ryan Dempsey. Both of these guys.
Wesley Wright's 0-2. Ground ball. Backhanded by Zobus. He steps on the bag, retiring the side. Well, the Rays came close to pulling a triple play. They settled for 2 outs on this one. We go to the bottom of the 6th, and the Rays still trail 3-1. Tropicana Field tonight. Moving into the home half of inning 6. Rays are down 3-1. Franklin Morales will take over for Ryan Dempster. 14th appearance for Morales. Dempster worked 5 innings, 4 hits, and 1 run. It was earned. He made 106 pitches, striking out 7 and walking 5.
Yeah, and seemingly in trouble most of his outing, but a couple of things. He was able to come up with some big pitches when he needed them. He got some help from his defense, and he exits just giving up the 1 run.
Well, through 6 innings, the Red Sox are 1 of 9 with men in scoring position, and through 5, the Rays are 1 of 9 with men in scoring position.
And that's about how the game feels.
Yep.
A lot of opportunities.
James Loney leads off against the left-hander. It's low. So Dempster out of the game. Brandon Workman, the right-hander. Anderson's in the bullpen. Two and 0. Strike.
I think James Loney asking Vic Carapaz, is that as far out as you're going to go? That ball seemingly cut right across the plate to the outside corner. The hitter wants to know where that strike zone will be defined, especially with the lefty with good fastball. Look out.
Yes, sir. Some guys at attention. Boy, Buchholz came off the DL and pitched 5 innings last night. Ball stayed. Curveball stayed in. 3-2. Chopped to first. Napoli unassisted. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. Let's check in with Fox Sports 1 studio. And here are the Rays batting in the bottom of the 6th inning with Jose Lobaton in there. 1 out, bases empty.
That graphic right there is precisely what Major League Baseball had in mind when they added that second wild card. I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
Look how many teams, cities are involved now in the last couple of weeks of the season.
That's right. 1-1, including the Rays. Rays started the day a game and a half up, holding the second wild card spot. It's not an easy schedule for the Rays, and still you expect that at any moment the offense will return. I mean, here's another case just like last night. David Price, a great job on the mound, gave up 2 runs. The Rays could not score. Red Sox only had 4 hits. The Rays had 4, but no runs. And tonight it's 3-1. Lobaton, a big cut.
How about this, Dwayne? Last night was the 20th time that the Rays as a staff have held the opposition to 4 hits or fewer.
Yeah.
Most in the American League, and they've lost 3 of those.
Yeah. I mean, how do you do that? Well, you just don't score.
Right. And they've lost all 3 of them to this team right here that they're playing tonight, the Boston Red Sox.
Lobatone pops it to shallow right. Pedroia angles out and just fair makes the catch. Barksdale calling it fair. So 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. I mean, this is the same lineup we saw score runs.
Yeah.
They can score runs.
Well,
it's not now.
No. And the story of the season, the first 4.5 months was not only could they score runs, but the reason that you never thought that they would go into the funk that they have right now is the fact that they were getting production 1 through 9. It was a different couple of guys every single night. They weren't relying on 1, 2, 3 different guys for their production. Everybody was chipping in.
Well, that was a little clearer than July when they had that great run. And Evan Longoria hit a little over 190.
Yeah.
They won 21. What were they? 21 and 5. Yeah. Everybody in that lineup helped out.
Sometimes it was the bottom of the order. How many times in a post game are we talking about the 7, 8, 9 hitters? Were 8 for 12 and drove in 4 or 5 of the runs.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what made him so dangerous. Is production all over the place. And right now, it's just not been happening. But you firmly believe, just as quickly as it's gone south, it can turn right around.
Well, you look at those shots there. You look into the dugout, some of those shots. Some of these guys look tired, but what makes you look tired is not scoring runs. You go through a stretch like this, there's not a lot of energy in doing this. But you get a couple of hits and some runs going, and you start running up some offense, that all changes.
One big hit in a big spot, and the Rays have had a lot of opportunities, have not come up with that hit, and you just wonder what the difference would be if someone could find a hole in one of those spots.
I mean, the mental challenge when a club gets to where the Rays have been recently, the mental challenge is more than just significant, and sometimes can be overriding.
Yeah, well, listen, the margin for error at this level is very small. And a lot of it is the mental toughness, the want to, is what puts you over the top. That's why, when we've had those discussions about, that there's a thought process out there that there's no such thing as clutch hitting.
Yeah.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
It'd be real hard to convince anybody that if you've watched the Rays the last couple of weeks. There absolutely is something for clutch hitting. And if you mentally start to get down, or you're not up for those situations, or have a tendency to try to do too much, it can go south on you.
The 2-2. Escobar lines it into right, but right there is Victorino. And the Rays are up and down in order in the 6th. We go to the 7th. 3-1 Boston. coming up tomorrow on Rays Live. The pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. The further breakdown on the wild card race, we'll hear from Jeremy Hellickson. And an amazing ticket offer is unveiled tomorrow. Good tomorrow night only. You're going to have to tune in and watch, and we'll tell you about the amazing ticket offer coming up, and that will be unveiled tomorrow night, and you can jump right on that opportunity tomorrow. Jamie Wright will be the new pitcher for the Rays. Wesley Wright got the one man he faced to end the 6th. Jamie's on to begin the 7th.
What a nice year for Jamie. 57 times, 60 innings of quality work.
Top of the order, and the curveball is a strike to Pedroia. In the absence of Ellsbury, Pedroia leading off. Pedroia, a lifetime .253 hitter in the leadoff spot, which I found surprising when I looked for that. This guy just wills his way to hit 300 wherever he is, it seems. Ground ball, base hit to right. His second hit tonight.
Well, a fine piece of hitting there, and that's what makes him dangerous. You know, we've seen him take the big swings, hit balls for power to the left side, but not above finding the hole on the right side. I'm going to guess that was left-handed, though.
Probably right. Victorino 1 for 3 tonight. Doubled and scored in the 3rd. Red Sox put the leadoff man on in the 6th inning and threatened. Double play help. They left a couple. There's a strike. Red Sox scored all of their runs in the 3rd. The Rays got a run in the 3rd and left the bases loaded in that inning, the first of twice tonight that they've left the bases full. Two.
How about this, Dwayne? We talked about Victorino making that switch over to the right side. He did that on August the 4th. And since then, batting average of .299, on base of .386 to go along with 7 home runs. He may just stay there.
Yeah.
You know, this was a guy that they were talking on. You know, he had .250 last year. You know, he was a 3-year deal with this Boston ball club. Kind of chided for that. Too much money on a guy in the downslope of his career offensively, and
he's been a big part of their success this year.
Sure has. It seems like every move that they've made has worked. Even going down to the closer role. You bring in Joel Hanrahan, okay, injury. Well, we can turn to Andrew Bailey, injury. Okay, well, here, Koji Uehara, we'll see what you can do. Since he's become the full-time closer, he's given up exactly 1 earned run in 35 2/3 innings.
Yeah, and he's got more than a perfect game going right now.
Right. Right. It has all worked for the Red Sox this year.
Torino's out on strikes. Could not check on the curveball. So that's the first out. Now Ortiz is due up. And Joe Madden prepared to make another move with McGee ready in the bullpen. Jamie Wright departs on the Metro PCS call to the bullpen. pitcher number 4 for the Rays.
Well, he's on for the 63rd time. 55 in the 3rd innings of work. Going to face David Ortiz, and this is going to be Joe Madden matching up here right down till the end. And all you're hoping is to keep Boston at 3 runs and hope that Rays offense comes alive. Now, I think I've gotten that in now 7 games in a row.
Well, Ortiz hitting .256 against lefties, .340 off right-handed pitching. So the hard-throwing left-hander Jake McGee in here.
Yeah, and David Ortiz knows what he's going to get. High-octane fastballs from Jake.
And there's the first one. 96, and that's a strike. Ortiz 1 out of 3 against McGee with a strikeout. One. Pitch miss, says Vic Carapazza. Napoli is on deck. Cut and a miss by Big Poppy.
Now you got to get it started in a hurry against Jake. And that's the thing that makes it so impressive. What he's able to do is these hitters, they stroll to the plate. They know this is coming, but with the leg, you see that leg kick right there. You got to get it down, get the hand started, and just a little tardy there.
Runner goes. Pitch. Foul ball. Just a little bit of it. Pedroia was off. But he'll head back to first.
Well, you see that ball just moved a little bit, rattles in and out of the glove, Lobotone. See if Dustin Pedroia is off and running again.
Ball right side. Longoria in the middle. Over to first. The Rays get the double play. That's a 4-5-3 double play with Longoria in the middle. Started by Zobrist. Rays had the shift on for Ortiz, who grounds into the inning-ending double play. And the top half of the 7th is complete with the Boston Red Sox leading the Rays 3-1. Here on the evening when we commemorate the 12th anniversary in memory of the 9/11 attack and those who perished and those who proudly served.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
seventh inning. Rays are down by 2 inside the Rays. Pitching in, dives deep into how the Rays organization unites to pitch in for their community. Host Todd Callis brings in Rays president Matt Silverman, along with the manager of community relations and local charitable organizations leaders, to talk about the Rays' goodwill presence inside the Rays. Pitching in premieres Monday. In the bottom of the 7th here, the Rays trailing by 2. Franklin Morales worked a 1-2-3 6th inning, went to the mound. But as the Rays prepare to hit, another pitching change, another Metro PCS call to the bullpen. Rays are scheduled to lead off the inning. Sean Rodriguez had been announced to pinch hit. That brought on the pitching change. Morales gone, Brandon Workman on, and Kelly Johnson now will bat against the right-hander Workman. First pitch is a fastball on that inside part of the plate for a strike.
Yeah, that was a 3-for-1 old switcheroo.
Two strikes.
Nice play.
Inside again.
You see that crossfire action from Workman. Good breaking ball, good depth on that.
Johnson fouls it back. Fastball in the mid-90s. Rays have been out hit 8-4, trailing 3-1. Trying to get it going in the 7th. It's a ground ball foul. The curveball that was on the heels of the fastball at 95. The curveball came in at 77.
Well, he will give you definitely a spread to have to contend with. Also, will throw the changeup rare with the changeup. He does have good stuff. Started a few games for the Red Sox this year.
Fastball in at 95.
See right there, all the way from 95 to 75.
It's Alex Torres in the bullpen for the Rays. And Johnson missing the fastball out on strikes. Fired him up at 95. One away.
Well, gets the count full and then just overpowering fastball right there. You see that four-seamer right on the edge.
Will Myers, who singled in the fifth, is up here. 1 for 3. Headed to Drew. The Red Sox shortstop makes the throw. 2 outs.
Well, this is exactly the same formula this Boston Red Sox team used last night. Clay Buchholz able to get through 5 innings, had a lead. The bullpen able to close out the last 4. Same thing here with Ryan Dempster tonight.
Yankees have scored a run in the top of the 9th at Baltimore, taking a 4-3 lead. Ben Zobrist takes a pitch down.
Well, that team will just not go away. Like for a time the Yankees were out of it. Just continue to claw and hang around. As a bunch of teams are now, as we saw on that list earlier.
Texas lost. The Rays are down 3-1 right now. Baltimore is suddenly trailing in the 9th. Cleveland lost. Kansas City won. Three 3-0 the count to Ben Zobrist. And ball 4 puts him on 4 pitches. The Rays will get the potential tying run to the plate here in the 7th inning. Longoria has been on with a double in the 2nd, hit by a pitch in the 3rd, and he walked in the 5th. And the pitch is a strike to Longoria. Shoots it toward the gap into right center, all the way to the wall. Zobrist rounds third, on his way to the plate, and the Rays score their 2nd run of the night to make it 3-2. Evan Longoria shoots a 2-base hit, his 34th double of the year, and now it's a 1-run ball game.
Well, you give a team an opportunity, and eventually it'll bite you. Workman, a 4-pitch walk to Zobrist. This pitch middle of the plate down, but having a good swing right down and through that baseball, and with 2 outs and Zobrist running on contact, he's going to get there easily. Oh, that seemingly happened out of nowhere. 2 quick outs to start this inning, and now you got a 1-run ball game with a runner out in scoring position yet.
And the left-handed bat of Matt Joyce on the match up here against the hard-throwing right-hander. This pitch starts him with a breaking ball for a strike.
Well, this is one of those situations, Dwayne, that you were talking about, where now it's 3-2, and that was a big hit by Evan Longoria, but a base hit here by Matt Joyce. Give the Rays the opportunity to tie this ball game up at the very least. That is what you're talking about, maybe getting this team over the top.
Strike two. Fastball follows the curveball. Peralta joined Torres. Joy's 0 for 3 with a strikeout against this right-hander. Off the plate. It's 1-2. Low. Workman was in the game on Sunday against the Yankees in New York and lost that game. His wild pitch with 2 outs in the 9th inning allowed Ichiro Suzuki to score the winning run from third. Foul right back, a fastball. Workman started the year at Double-A, then went to Triple-A Pawtucket. Briefly in July, came back in August. Two. The fastball foul back. And a swing and a miss on the fastball. Joyce out on strikes. Rays finished in the 7th. They pick up a run on the double by Longoria. They close the gap to 1. It's 3-2 Boston. It is now a one-run ball game here at Tropicana Field, where the Rays and the Red Sox play in the middle game of this three-game series. Alex Torres will come on. He is pitcher number 5 for the Rays, on for the 33rd time.
Well, the Rays have inched closer up to Alex Torres to make sure that that stays at just a 1-run difference. He's worked 50 very strong innings, and as you can see by the numbers there, 4-1, 1.62 earned run average, and that opponent's average even more impressive at 146.
Kelly Johnson stays in the game in left. Mike Napoli leads off the 8th for the Red Sox. The pitch is a strike. Yankees scored 2 in the 9th at Baltimore to take a 5-3 lead. This one by Napoli. Good cut and miss on the fastball.
And that's the location where Mike Napoli likes to take a swing, and you can see he took an aggressive one there and just came up empty. Torres in the driver's seat now.
Line drive going to be caught by Escobar. 1 out. Takes care of the big bat of Mike Napoli. And the New York 9th, a home run by Robinson Cano. His 27th, got one of them. Granderson then tripled, and with 2 outs, Lyle Overbay's infield hit got the run in. Johnny Gomes will pinch hit for Nava with the left-hander Alex Torres in the game. Gomes was in the starting lineup last night. Singled in a run and scored in their 2-run 5th, and that was all the scoring last night. Ball 1. Tonight the Rays trailed 3-2. Second run came in the bottom of the 7th on the walk to Vince Zobrist, which, by the way, was his 460th career walk, which ties the club record for walks, currently held by Zobrist and Carlos Pena. Longoria's double got Zobrist home to make it a 1-run game. Now we're in the 8th. Cut the nice pitch. Well, you knew 2-0 that Gomes was going to be geared.
Yeah.
And Torres had the anecdote. No, not the anecdote. That would be the antidote for that.
Either one.
2-1. That changeup 2-0 is really something.
Well, Alex does have a very, very good changeup to go along with that fastball. You know, what makes it so special, too, is the fact that there's no difference in arm speed. In fact, there are times where the arm speed on the changeup looks quicker than the fastball. I mean, he really does a nice job of selling that pitch. And therefore, he gets a lot of quick swings on it.
And a strike. A 3-1 fastball called a strike, full count.
And the one thing that changeup will do, any good changeup like Alex has, is that makes that 92-mile-an-hour fastball right there look about 95. It'll give it some length.
Fly ball back into center, but Jennings is there waiting. 2 gone. 2 up, 2 down. And the shortstop, Stephen Drew, makes his way to the plate with a 1-for-3 night. Too high. Base hit came in the sixth after he had struck out in the second. Had a line drive to center in the third. Liner into right. Myers closes and makes the catch on the move toward the line. 1-2-3 go the Red Sox in the eighth. Rays coming in to hit, down 3-2.
Trailing 3-2, and be sure to stick with us after the final out for the Rays Live, the post-game show presented by Checkers. Dwayne and BA will bring us their perspective on the game. We'll also offer you Yankees-Orioles highlights, keep you up to date there, and I'll be in the clubhouse getting those post-game interviews. Joe Madden is no stranger to making some September magic. Maybe it starts right here.
Well, the Rays certainly hoping so as they come in to hit in the bottom of the eighth. Johnny Gomes, the former Ray, stays on to play left. And Desmond Jennings opens the bottom of the eighth against Brandon Workman. And the bunt pushed up the first base side. That's going to roll foul, and immediately Pedroia cutting in front of Workman to make sure somebody grabbed it.
Yeah, someone's got to take charge there. A nice idea by Desmond Jennings. Boy, you'd love to get his speed on the base path. John Farrell, I wonder if he's out there talking about interference here. You see that ball catches the lip. And right there, as soon as it goes foul, someone's got to grab it.
I think they thought maybe the ball hit Jennings.
Yeah, right there. You're exactly right.
Which it doesn't appear that it did.
No.
But the umpires are going to confer.
Yeah, that's a nice effort. You saw that the ball came down in fair territory near Desmond Jennings' right foot. But I don't think there's any question at all that did not hit that foot. And guess what? If it had, it probably would have kicked back fair.
So the umpires get together and decide that's a foul ball, and let's continue this at bat. It's Fernando Rodney in the Rays bullpen. Swing and a miss. Jennings trying to bunt his way on with that first one bunted foul. Desmond leading the team in bunt hits with 4. And he's out on strikes. So Desmond, the third strikeout posted by Workman. It's James Loney up there. Sava, the right-hander, Britton, the left-hander, in the Boston bullpen. Rodney again busy in the Rays bullpen up the right side. Loney 0 for 2, retired on a good play by Napoli back in the second inning. But the pitcher was Dempster at the time covering. Strike the count to James Loney. 1-1. Breaking ball misses. 2 balls and strike. Jose Lobaton on deck. Any deeper, Escobar would get a chance here in the 8th. On the inside edge, and it's 2-2.
Workman cutting that fastball right across the plate, inner third.
Fastball at 95, foul back.
Yeah, a little bit extra on that one, and that's what Workman, we've seen him do. He'll pitch around that 92, 93 range. And when he wants to grab a little bit extra, up to 95. We've seen the curveball as low as 75. James Loney just looking to stay alive, put this ball in play.
There's a shot to right field. Victorino back. Gone. Home run by Loney. This game is tied. That makes it an even dozen on the year for Loney, and ties the game at 3. A line drive home run, and the Rays have finally pulled even.
Now Brandon Workman just hung that breaking ball. It's one thing if you make the pitch that you want. It's another if you throw one up there that's just kind of rolling, and that was right into the swing of Loney. He met it flush.
Jose Lobaton takes a fastball off the plate in. Rays with a run in the 7th and the tying run home in the 8th on the James Loney long one. A cut by Lobaton, 1-1. Here's the pitch again.
Oh, here it is. Breaking ball. Look at that. Just never gets there. I mean, middle at the belt. Easily recognizable. Tie ball game.
Another big cut by Lobaton. 1-2.
Lobaton is looking to go back to back. Both of those swings. That's about as big as you're going to see from Jose.
Upstairs, 2-2. Cut and a miss. The Workman is back and strikes out Lobaton. 2 strikeouts in the inning, but in between the home run.
I'll tell you what, Yunel Escobar just ornery enough. 2 outs here, nobody on base. You know
what he's thinking.
Yes. Yes, you do, and you know the kind of swing you're going to get from him too. Very similar to what Lobaton just gave you.
Breaking ball outside, 1-0. Home run for Loney, his second of the month. He hit one off A.J. Griffin out at Oakland on the first day of the month. Curveball, and that one's in for a strike. Ground ball. The shortstop Drew with the throw to first, and the Rays are out in the 8th. But they get the tying run on a home run off the bat of James Loney. We're headed into the 9th. It's a 3-3 ball game. And the Red Sox. Let's join Julie Stewart-Binks in the Fox Sports 1 studio. Well, the wild card tightens up. Rays with a 1.5-game lead on New York right now. Baltimore 2, Cleveland 2, Kansas City 2.5. Texas back to the pack a little bit with their loss. Pittsburgh beat the Rangers.
No, the Rangers only one ahead of the Rays in the loss column.
So a lot to be determined.
Oh yeah.
The Rays with 19 games left, counting this one. And Fernando Rodney's on for the 61st time. Faces Will Middlebrooks in a 3-3 tie. Inside, ball 1. Alex Cobb worked 5 2/3. He will not figure in the decision of this game. Two and 0. Ross will be next. The right side, that's going to be foul. Takes the count to 2-2.
Non-save situation here for Rodney, but he could end up saving the game in an even bigger way. You know, the bottom of the order here for the Red Sox. Obviously, the home field advantage looms large now as you use your closer. You hope for that 0. Set yourself up for a walk-off victory.
Ground ball to short. Middlebrooks the first out in the 9th inning. Well, you remember that game back in the middle of May when Middlebrooks got the big hit in the 9th inning off Fernando Rodney, a double that chased home what turned out to be the winning run when the Red Sox scored 3 in the 9th inning. All charged to Rodney and beat the Rays 4-3. Well, Rodney got Middlebrooks here to open the 9th on the chop to short. Here's David Ross. It's a foul ball, strike 1.
And Middlebrooks back in May, the hit that you're talking about, that was where he sat on the changeup from Fernando Rodney the entire at bat, and he finally got one, got it out there, the game winner. Fernando able to retire him on a fastball on the chop to short.
Well, Rodney earlier in that inning had struck out Napoli on a changeup, and then struck out Drew on a changeup, and Middlebrooks came up there just looking changeup all the way.
Well, you know, I mean, he 2 pitches. He's a fastball changeup guy. You got to pick one of them, and usually during the course of an at bat, you're going to see both pitches. And listen, he can get it up there to 99. We've seen him touch 100, but the changeup can be just as devastating down in the low 80s, and that is really tough to cover if you're somewhere in between.
2-2. Well located fastball at 97. That was the issue with Rodney in that game that we referenced. He walked the bases loaded. It's low, and the count is full. That one registering at 98. Bradley Jr. on deck. And he's out on strikes. 3-2 changeup, strikes out Ross. 2 gone. Let's check in with Todd Callis.
All right, Dwayne, another look at our AT&T Twitter poll question. You saw the standings a moment ago in the wild card. Of the chasers, who concerns you the most? Hashtag TB1 the Orioles. Hashtag TB2 Cleveland. Hashtag TB3 New York, currently the closest to the Rays. Hashtag TB4 Kansas City. Tweet your votes to @SunSportsRays. Results in the Rays Live postgame show presented by Checkers, guys.
All right, Todd, thank you. First pitch, Bradley takes the fastball. That's a strike. A 3-3 tie in the 9th. One and one. Change up in the dirt, skipping by the feet of Bradley. One ball, 2 strikes. You can't help it.
No,
unless you just look change up all the way.
Yeah, I mean that's it. You got to pick one and set on it that way. But that changeup is so good, it'll fool you. He was able to get Ross on a full count changeup. You're not expecting that, although Rodney will do that.
Strike 3 call. Bradley takes a fastball at 97. Bottom of the ninth coming. The Rays will have the top of the order. Johnson, Myers, and Zobrist do. Performances this year, and they're looking for another one against a guy who has been absolutely perfect out of the bullpen, retiring the last 31 consecutive hitters.
And look at that, the numbers here. The last 33 games, 35 and 2/3 innings. He's given up 1 earned run, just 10 hits in that span. And as you mentioned, Dwayne, 31 consecutive hitters retired. I think it's about time for that streak to come to a screeching halt.
Rays will have Kelly Johnson to lead off against Uehara.
Well, you look at those numbers and you say to yourself, well, he must average 103, 104 miles an hour on the fastball. But he just
no,
he was about 90.
Yeah. Anthony has Johnson out in front. Strike one. Opens with the split. Uehara just comes to the mound ready to throw any of his pitches under great command at any time.
That's it. It's the command. The manipulation of the strike zone.
Get you down 0-2 and then you're swinging like that.
Yeah, you become so defensive. You know, that's the other thing. During that span when we saw those numbers, the 35 and 2/3 innings, how about this? 49 strikeouts, 2 walks. That's it. He's not going to walk you, but yet you're going to see some awkward swings.
And Johnson is out on strikes.
Climbing the ladder with 89 and just popping it right by you. Not a comfortable at-bat at all.
It's the 12th strikeout for Boston pitching tonight. And here is Will Myers. Strike to Will. Uehara came on last night, got Zobrist on a ground ball, then struck out Longoria and Joyce to end it. Oh, 2 right over that split. Zobrist on deck. Maher starts to go and checks in the nick of time. Contact and a foul ball behind Foley. The more you think about this stretch for Uehara, the more unbelievable it seems. 32 consecutive hitters.
32 up, 32 down. Perfect game in the 10th and 2/3 of the 11th. Well, that's, as you might well imagine, a Red Sox record. I just love the fact that
he throws 90.
Yeah, he gets it done without being overpowering. I mean, he just goes out there, attacks the zone, moves it around, up, down, changes speeds, and is dominant.
Two. Rays got even in the 8th inning on the home run by Loney. Rays got 1 run off Dempster in 5 and 2 runs off Workman in the 2 innings he pitched. And Myers chases the split. He's out on strikes.
Well, he put up a battle against Uehara. You see the grip right there. He's going to take it to the outside corner.
And Ben Zobrist, who's nothing of 3, he drew the walk in the 7th inning. But the Rays turned into a run. Strike 1. Ben, a couple of hits in 13 at bats, and a couple walks as well.
He owns Uehara with those numbers.
Yeah, that's right. Again, the split, and again a swing and a miss.
Well, you almost get the feeling that some of these hitters go up there and they just guess. They see the ball out of the hand, and I'm guessing fastball, and I'm going to take a rip. You don't see Ben Zobrist expand his strike zone like that hardly ever. With 2 strikes, let alone from the first pitch of the AB.
He taps it up the first base side, going to be foul. Well, Uehara struck out Myers on a split and has gone split to Zobrist.
Well, and all 3 swings from Ben. Now that one right there was to protect a little bit, but the first 2 swings were like, I'm sitting fastball. Mm-hmm. And so you wonder if they're picking up on that. Like, you run your risk here if you throw him a fastball. That one, he got enough of it to earn himself another pitch.
Lays off.
Now that was a ball right out of the hand, an easy take for Ben. But you almost go up there like, okay, if he throws me 5 straight splits, okay, then I'm out. I'm banking that he's not going to, then I'm going to get a heater and I'm going to hurt him.
Well, it was the 5th pitch, and it's wide. 2-2. Going to work this deep into account. Okay, we got some momentum going.
I know. Will he throw 6 in a row? And you get the feeling that this is who's going to break.
2-2. Ground ball headed right to Pedroia. He stayed right with the split. 1-2-3 go the Rays, and we will head into extra innings. Tied 3-3. Coming on the Mike Napoli double. Daniel Nava got another run home on the ground ball to Zobrist. Rays managed to answer with a run in their third when David DeJesus doubled home Escobar, who would open the inning with a 2-base hit. Then a double by Longoria scored Zobrist from first in the 7th, and the Rays tied it in the 8th. James Loney hit a 2-2 curveball out of here. That made it 3-3. We're tied at 3 through 9. To the 10th we go, and Joel Peralta is the new pitcher for the Rays.
Well, it's not the 8th inning, but he is going to face the big boppers in this Boston lineup. It's amazing. He finds himself in these situations quite a bit, and on for the 71st time.
Dustin Pedroia leading off the 10th. Peralta throws him a strike. Peralta, the 7th pitcher of the night for the Rays. Cobb worked 5 2/3. Wesley Wright at third. Jamie Wright at third. Jake McGee 2/3. Alex Torres 1 inning. Fernando Rodney 1 inning with 2 strikeouts, and now it's Peralta. One and one. Two balls and a strike. Roberto Hernandez up in the Rays bullpen.
Well, he's been awfully impressive coming out of that bullpen. Building up a good measure of confidence. But right now this game belongs to Peralta. Top of the Boston lineup.
High is behind Pedroia 3-1. Peralta pitched an inning last night when Pedroia singled off him, stole second. With 2 outs, Napoli walked, and Peralta got Gomes on a fly ball to end that inning. 3-1 to Pedroia here in the 10th, and he loses it. That's the first walk the bullpen has given up tonight. It leads off the 10th.
Yeah,
I'll take that back. There's one other walk, but still a pretty good performance by the bullpen when it took over. Now, you know what? I'm going to take that back because that last walk was Ross in the 5th charge to Cobb. So that is the first walk given up by the bullpen.
Well, that's why the Rays bullpen for the most part all season long has been so good. I mean, how many times have we seen teams that the Rays are playing against, the bullpen comes in, they may have some nice arms, but a lot of free passes and bad counts. That's something the Rays do not do later in ball games, is hurt themselves with the free pass.
Pedroia is aboard. Victorino at the plate, and he bunts foul. Victorino has been the most prolific bunter on this Boston club.
And he had some Rays charging right down his throat on that bunt attempt. Evan Longoria just right down on top of him. Lomi was coming in. See what defense the Rays choose to play here. This is a great view of putting him in motion. He squares around.
He did early with a move to first.
Yeah, well, that's a lot of times what that's all about. You're not even thinking about picking off Pedroia, but that quick movement, a lot of times you'll see a flinch or a square around from the hitter at the plate. That lets you know that Boston still had the bunt on. Now do they keep it on? That's the cat and mouse game that's going on here.
Shows it and puts down the bunt. Pedroia heads to second. Peralta throws to first. So a sacrifice moves Pedroia into scoring position.
Now that's about as standard as you can get. Early square around. Lays that thing down very nicely. And the Rays take the out at first.
Zobrist over to cover. So a man at second with one out. And David Ortiz will be the hitter. Peralta and Ortiz faced each other last night when Peralta got ahead of him 2 strikes and then retired him on a fly ball. The Rays will walk him intentionally tonight with first base open. Second time he's been walked intentionally in this game. Mike Napoli will be coming up. The Rays got a double play ball in the second. They got one in the 6th, one in the 7th. And they'll have 2 men on with 1 out here in the 10th. And they wouldn't mind another double play ball with Mike Napoli due up. And out of the dugout comes Joe Madden. And with a double play in mind, he's going to go to the bullpen. He wants the sinker baller. And it's going to be Roberto Hernandez getting the call. So a third of an inning for Peralta. Hernandez will be on the mound when we return. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. The Rays and the Red Sox are in the 10th inning. Pedroia drew a leadoff walk, was bunted up to second by Victorino. Ortiz has been intentionally walked, and now Roberto Hernandez, who was lights out his last time out of the bullpen in relief of Matt Moore against the Angels, comes on in a double play situation. That's what the Rays are looking for.
Well, that line right there, a long way towards earning the trust of Joe Madden for situations like this. Faced 11 guys, struck out 7 of them. Pitching with a lot of confidence right now coming out of the bullpen. He's had a couple appearances, hasn't given up a thing yet. Good sinker. And that's what he'll be working here, and everybody knows it too. That's why this situation comes down to just execution. You make the pitches, you'll get the result.
First pitch to Napoli inside. Napoli drove in 2 runs with a double in the 3rd. Ramos, the lefty, in the bullpen. Hernandez, the 8th pitcher of the game for the Rays. Pretty close.
Yeah, that looked good. That looked good. That was one of those pitches that looked like it was definitely a strike, but because Lobaton had to reach for it. Boy,
Foxtrack liked it.
Well, I liked it too. I mean, then you follow the eye test. That looked very good.
And now it's ball 3. Gomes is on deck. 3-0 the count. Hernandez to Napoli. And ball 4. So Hernandez walks him to load the bases. Pushing Pedroia to third and Ortiz to second. And after a 4-pitch walk, Hickey heads to the mound.
Yeah, and if they looks like you've got Carp potentially pinch hitting here.
Yep.
And that'll be interesting to see if Joe Madden then makes the call to Ramos or sticks with Hernandez.
So they break up the conference on the hill, and Gomes is lifted. So it'll be the left-handed bat. Mike Carp coming on to hit against Roberto Hernandez.
Well, Roberto Hernandez again comes down to execution. He wants to get Carp reaching here, roll something over. Good late action.
Shot to center field. Jennings will go back, and that one is gone. First pitch, a grand slam. And it's 7-3. A pinch hit grand slam for Carp. And just like that, it's a 4-run deficit. Down and into Drew.
Well, what a contrast between dugouts.
Foul ball. It's 1-1. Carp went up there ready to hit with the bases loaded. No place for Hernandez to go, but in the strike zone. And Drew swings and misses.
You talk about it, it comes down to execution. Carp wants something up in the zone that he can get to the outfield. Certainly not looking to hit a grand slam. He's looking for an elevated pitch to get out there and drive a run in. Roberto Hernandez looking for a pitch down in the zone to get the ground ball and hopefully get out of the inning. And this is where the pitch ends up. Up. And Carp jumps all over it.
And there's a cut and a miss by Drew. He's out for the second out.
Here's the pitch here by Hernandez. And I'll tell you something right now, Dwayne, and I hope that I'm wrong. but that looked like a slider.
Sure did.
And that's not the bread and butter of Hernandez. Fastball or changeup, but to go with your third pitch there, and that just hung, allowed Carp to get extension. I don't know why you would go with that pitch there. I mean, that sinker, such a good pitch for him. Changeup number 2, but not the backdoor slider. And like I said, I hope I'm wrong, but I think that's what that was.
Well, 2 strikes. Well, he was all over it. Had plenty of plate up. Sent it to center, and it disappeared over the center field board. 2-2 the count on Middlebrooks. Broken bat roller. Escobar's throw to first in time. Middlebrooks is out of there. 3 walks and then the home run, a 4-run 10th. We go to the bottom of the inning. It's 7-3 Boston via the grand slam off the bat of Mike Carp. Grand slam. 2 runs charged to Peralta, 2 to Hernandez. And we're headed into the bottom of the 10th inning. Carp hit it out to center. Well, the Rays will have Longoria, Evan Longoria, to lead it off. It's the first grand slam, pinch hit grand slam for the Red Sox in over 10 years. Kevin Millar hit one at Milwaukee in June of 2003. A couple of changes here. Quentin Berry's in the game and left. And Junichi Tozawa takes over on the mound. Shoots it into center. Bradley back and makes the catch on the line drive. 1 out. So Peralta, Uehara right now are the pitchers of record in the bottom half of the 10th.
Tozawa, those numbers impressive also. Just 11 walks and 63 in the 3rd innings to go along with the 68 strikeouts.
Matt Joyce in the box. 1-0.
When this score holds up, that's a tough one to take. You know, you battle all game long to tie it up in the 8th inning on Loney's home run. And really, the feeling at that point was if you did tie it up, you'd take it home. At some point, you would take it home. And the Rays still could. I mean, you could have a comeback for the ages right here. But if not, that's a tough one.
A 2-0. 3 balls, no strikes. Zawa pitched 2/3 of an inning in last night's game. And he walks Joyce on 4 pitches. In there for 2/3 and left after giving up a double to Escobar. Here's Desmond Jennings. Desmond, after he walked in the second, is 0 for 3. A couple of strikeouts. Into the dirt, blocked by Ross. 3 runs charged to Alex Cobb tonight, 2 to Peralta and 2 to Hernandez. Rays got 1 off Dempster and 2 off Workman. Foul ball, that's straight back into the upper deck. It's 1-1. See Loney on deck. Jennings missed the 95-mile-per-hour fastball.
We've seen the plus arms here for Boston attack Desmond with the fastball from the belt up.
One, 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The 2-2. Do that again. Number of former Rays playing prominent roles in games today, as we mentioned earlier. Shields, James Shields, won for the Royals over the Indians, and Scott Kazmir. The Pirates beat the Rangers. Kyle Farnsworth got the save, and Matt Garza took the loss. Stephen Vogt went 3 for 4 for Oakland, including his 4th home run. He had 3 RBIs today. And Oakland beat Minnesota. I'm not sure that game is even over. Let's Check. They had a big lead at 16-2 at one point. Now still 2-2 to Jennings. 16-3 now. On the bottom of the seventh in Minnesota. Oakland scored 10 in the fourth in that game. And over in Miami, Miami beat Atlanta 5-2, and Jose Fernandez, who they're now going to shut down, got the win 12-6, and he hit his first home run.
What a way to go out.
Yeah, how about that? That's strike three called. Jennings caught looking. That's the 14th strikeout posted by Boston pitching. And now James Loney. It was Loney's home run in the eighth inning that got the Rays even at 3. Going to stay up there and be caught by Victorino, and the game is complete. In 10 innings, the Red Sox defeat the Rays tonight 7-3. Took 4 hours and 5 minutes to play it, and the grand slam by Mike Karp, a pinch hit slam in the 10th inning, decides this game in favor of Boston. The Red Sox go 31 over 500 now at 89-58. And for the Rays, they're now 78-65 on the year. And here's the wild card breakout up to the moment. Texas up by 2.5. The Rays second, a game ahead of New York, a game and a half in front of Baltimore and Cleveland, and 2 up on Kansas City. And as we promised you earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And in the 7-3 final, there's the pitch that decided it, and the swing by Mike Karp. First pitch he saw coming off the bench, pinch hitting, and he drove it over the center field wall. Uehara will get the win. He's 4-0. Peralta suffered the loss, 2-7. In this 7-3 final, Boston over the Rays. Back after this.